kind of in like half an hour, with me talking about random shit and also switching between looking for stuff and switching around. So pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. It's kind of average, but it's okay. So I apologize, but I will be mostly looking at YouTube chat as per before, as I always do. So just to get us started, because I don't want to forget about this, Duvet did do his daily on Twitch. Sorry, let me just start from the beginning. So I started 30 minutes before because I wanted to just get some practice done. And I didn't want to ruin my YouTube timing, which is why I was only on Twitch. That being said, it's pretty good on Twitch. Oh man, this looks really good too. I feel like I've seen quite a few of like this sort of vibe of the style. I don't know how to describe it, but I feel like this has been rather distinct over like of the quite a few of the art that we have seen. Sorry, artists that we have seen. I think this is absolutely the what's the word? The most optimal way of doing all of these things. Big shapes. Was it big shapes? Relatively simpler colors, just a lot of gradients and like focus more on the storytelling and the composition and everything. I think that's probably the best. Technical skill is really impressive, but it's just too tedious for me, I think. You guys ever like go to your friend's house and be like, holy shit, this house is like, his room is so fucking clean. I wonder what kind of torture his parents put him through in order to get him clean, like to clean it up like this. That's kind of how I like feel about it. It's just like stuff that's really, really detailed. It always makes me feel like that. Yeah, relatively big shapes, right? I guess the image across. I think for that matter, actually, the stuff that we did for Haru Urara is actually pretty decent then. Sorry, where's my folder? It's not even open. Never? Okay. Are we gonna do the weekly critiques? Oh, right, it is Friday. I am sorry, I forgot. Okay, let me go to my art critique thingy and I'm gonna put the time thingy. Yes, if you guys have anything, today is show and tell day. So if you have anything you would like to share, if you would like to have me take a look and comment on, just as always, you know. Do so at your own peril. I like this, Duvet. If you're here, I think you probably are. I do like it. It's mostly helped by colors, right? But the lines are still present. The lines are just not as prevalent. Where is this? This is such a Southeast Asian sort of vibe here. No rush, guys. If you guys want to wait till later or whatever, you know. Anytime, just let me know. Man, look at all these shapes inside. It feels very dirty, but maybe that's the point. But at the same time, like being able to do this, I think is very, very cool. Because it's not just about putting in different colors and different blotches of shapes, right? Like it still has to have some rhyme or reason to it. Otherwise, it looks really, it would look a lot worse than this, I think. It would just be like random color splotches. So there's like still a little bit of brighter stuff on the inside, and then the darker stuff is like on the contours. I don't know what kind of like thought process you would have behind this, because in general it always feels to me like you're trying to describe the form whenever you're painting something, but this is beyond form, right? Because the form itself is pretty straightforward. It's like textures or something, but then if it's a texture, then what would I do with it? Is it not just like a continuous consistent patch of it anyways? So 42, that's like 36 more or something, the follow tablet count. Yeah, like, wait, I don't think you dead out of the loop, Duvet. The last time you seen it is probably like 38 or something, isn't it? But yeah, anyways, sorry. I'm hopping between Twitch and YouTube chat. Let me see if I can find a way to make it work so I can see both things at once. There must be a way to pop this chat out. Where is it? Start sharing chat, followers only chat. No, none of those shit. Clear chat, no. Delete messages. Pop out. Okay, here we go. So I have it here. Very cool. Very cool. I'm gonna nuke my Twitch tab, then I don't need to load that in. Save some memory here. And I'll try to put this right next to my YouTube here. And as long as I don't click my YouTube page here, it shouldn't. Actually, I'll click it pretty often. Now I just remember to swap it over. It's okay. Skill issue. Yeah, let me think. The reconciliation. Yeah, my brain's not really parsing this too much. I think it just means that I'm not necessarily that interested, because like you guys saw how excited I was with the recommendation 2-3 days ago, I think. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, like it's really like it feels very nice still, this style. It's clean, right? It's big shapes. It tells a story, the composition, the values and colors and everything. All looks really good. But maybe the shapes are just a little bit not distinct enough. Like for example, like the hair here. Maybe it's stuff like that. I'm not really sure. Anyways, thank you, Duvet, as usual. He actually sent a daily yesterday, but on Twitch. Hello, Lord. Yeah, maybe like with this new flow, I can manage both sides a little bit better. Igami, do you want me to look at this? Is that what you want me to look at? I can only assume so, since you put it in that chat after that message. After bringing up the critique day. All right, you got it. Oops, misclick. Oops, what am I doing? I'm assuming you have a reference for this. I get the idea of what you're doing. I think I can feel it. Let me get this. Oh, wait, YouTube chat just loaded. Damn, what are you guys doing, man? Oh, no reference? Did you set up like the anatomy and stuff underneath? Let me see. Are you doing this kind of a shoulder thing? Maybe like a contrapposto sort of situation. Not sure where the torso is actually. My anatomy is also kind of poo-poo. But I see that this is ending here. The body is kind of ending here. So I should probably wait for you to finish looking, I guess. I think it's best, like, even without like anatomy, without reference, it's probably still better to set up the anatomy, like the guidelines underneath. I'm not sure if you have any guidelines for this, but like for anatomy in general, for setting up the body. It feels like things are slightly off-center. Where's this hand going? Right. And then sternum, that leaves the boobas right here. So this and maybe this, and it depends on if she's sent, like how the hips are like. If we're just talking about front view here, I guess we could just do, sorry, flow, right? This. Ah, okay, nice. Ah, okay. Very nice. Yeah, this clarifies it. I get the, I'll be honest, I got the same vibe. This is the kind of pose that I was expecting. So it makes sense. I think you captured the essence of it. It's just that looking at the torso up here, so there's two things that really stands out to me, right? For the most part, the stuff below doesn't really capture, like, enter my eye. Because this part below, for the most part, I think is fine. It's not very clear what is happening, but at the same time, I think that's also fine. The thing that happens that captures my eye immediately is that this part here will not be how I do the head. I would probably bump this head out a little bit more. Because right now, this center point of the head, if you look at this, feels a little bit that way. Right, as you turn the head more and more, so like if it's the front view, it will be right smack in the center, right? But then as you turn the head to the side, it would then be off, like, I guess it would be off the center of the nose, like it will not be aligned with the nose. Right now the nose is kind of here. This distance feels like it's quite a lot more than I would expect for this angle, but I don't know if necessarily that is based off of technical correctness or just personal preference. I would probably put it around here, I think. I put the hair around here. I'll put the middle group here, and then I'll bump out this group here. So, alright, let me turn this down a little bit. I'll probably put it like this, I think. Alright, something like this. That's the first thing that stood out, is that this part looks like it's a little bit dented in. The eyes might also not be necessarily that aligned, because this line versus this line, they're on like separate levels. This is kind of straight. I imagine they will kind of be on the same level here. This one is also kind of going down. I think it's okay, maybe. Alright, this is kind of thick. Yeah, this part is interesting because this is kind of outside of the face, it looks like, because there's an empty space here. There's a negative space here. So like the face is either doing this number where it's like dodging this face and it'll be really curved on this side, which I suppose could make sense. I don't know if this is a personal preference thing or not, but I feel like this eye here would probably imply that it's here. Like I would probably draw it like this. Just take this for reference. I don't think this is necessarily 100% correct. But I feel like this is getting pushed in too much, maybe. Yeah, actually, this angle. I don't know if it's good. Okay, if that's the case, it's fine. I will just leave it up to you to decide. Because how do I say this? If you do use stuff like guidelines and stuff to set up your underlying forms, and then you put in the details on top of that, for the most part, things should be correct. Like you can play with that proportion and stuff on your own, I think. I'll just offer what I think I would do, and then you can take that into consideration. And again, you know, if you like it, you can use it. If you don't like it, feel free to just go in your own way as well. I think that's completely makes a lot of sense. Even for the head thing, it just looks weird to me. But because yeah, this is the problem when I do critique, is that I don't actually know the anatomy in like a very, very technical way. To me, it seems like if there's a sphere here, it wouldn't quite fit. So it looks kind of wrong. But you might also be able to shift it somewhere else. So yeah, like somewhere here. Oh, sorry, where is she looking at, by the way? Oh, I just realized, where is she looking at? Is she looking at the viewer? Okay, sounds good. This eye here and this eye here seems to have different directions. I don't know if you see it, like, because if your eye is like a circle, and then depending on where it is in the frame, this will either be, you know, sort of opening to the top, or it could be opening to the bottom. Wait, how do I do that? Right, opening to the bottom, like if you're looking down. Like if you're looking down versus if you're looking up. Right now it feels like it's looking up and looking down. Yeah, this part here versus this part here. And looking at the viewer wise, I feel like right, the eye thing I mentioned, was it not in relation to the pupil here? I would have put the pupil, like this pupil here is here, right? I would have put it here, closer to our side. And then like this face here, I'll probably draw this number or something. Let me see. Personally, I would draw it like this. And then on this side here, I'll probably draw something like this. So I would open, like you see how the top part is wider? The top part is wider here, so it matches up. Right now it's kind of like top and bottom. I'll do it like this. Maybe put them a little bit closer. Maybe not, actually. Maybe it's fine, yeah. I don't know. How do you feel about this? So the head, the thing, and then the last thing would probably be the torso, I think. Change the center hair again. Sorry, center hair. You're talking about the I think anatomy wise, if I just mark out all the landmarks here, I think like the shoulders, the neck is somewhere here, presumably. So the other shoulder will be like somewhere here. Is that a... Okay, so it's like a hoodie kind of situation, or like a jacket that she's partially taken off. So that's stuff that's extra, right? That's extra fabric. So the shoulder isn't necessarily there, it's just a little bit inside. Oh, it's gonna be blocking the pupil if not. Ah, I see, yeah. Indeed, it would be a little bit, maybe in here instead. As in if we are looking at this one, maybe somewhere like this. Yes. Although blocking a little bit depends on your style as well. It might not necessarily be so bad, I think. There's people who also just block one eye. Like my other character that I haven't shown just has one eye completely blocked all times. And it's up to you if you want to keep that blocked, like it's entirely invisible, like not visible. Or you can also have it like somewhat translucent. Shown translucently. So that's up to you as well. It's not necessarily like a super no-no here. It just depends on which one is the priority, which for the most part usually is the eyes. But if the hairstyle is like a really important part of the character, then blocking it is also fine, I think. So I see the stomach over here, right? So it feels like the torso is like maybe ending here-ish. The ribcage. I'm drawing on the wrong layer again, might not. I see. Okay, this is probably too narrow here. Yeah, okay, maybe the twist can be a bit more, but I think it's fine. Yeah, I don't even know if I would have done it more necessarily. This is just a thought. Just roughly crafting it here. Aha. So why I'm doing this is previously, like right now, I feel like the boobs are kind of slightly high. But I don't know if that's just a personal preference thing, once again. Because if you set it up like this, with the torso, with the ribcage like that, and the hips like this, seems like it's fine too, but like, doesn't necessarily feel like it's... Would it be too small? Hello, unknown. What that is? Alright. And she is thick? Doesn't thick make it go a bit lower? Because like it was sagged downwards, right? It was sagged a little bit downwards, I think. And still make her thick. Oh, hello, Kirio. Yeah. So I don't know if this is necessarily that valuable, what I'm offering. The things I'm saying, if it makes sense. I think at this point, the best I can do is just try to redraw it and then see if there's anything that you can take away from it. I think that's about it. Sure, it looks like the original unknown. If you're talking about the reference in the reference board, this is not related. As for this one here in the chat, if it's about the one in the chat, I think maybe we could have made the shoulders move even more, perhaps. Let me see. This shoulder would have gone down, right? Like, so I would have had to push this down. I see. You're not quite there yet. I know. So I have to be pushed in. Possibly even. Yeah, the original one has slightly higher bobas, but it's because of the angle that we're looking at, I think. It's bottom up. This one is a little bit more top down, it feels like. Which I think naturally means this would be a little bit lower still. Yes, Kirio. Yeah, it's not as intense, huh? It feels like it's more, though. Interesting. Yeah, it's a bit more to the side. I know. I could probably shift this a little bit more then, if we want to. Yes, Unknown. We are doing this in sequence here. It's not that I'm ignoring you. You just have to wait. Be like this and this, I think. No, something's not quite right with the top still. A bit lean back, but probably something like this. You get me? I don't know. Sorry. Hey, welcome back. Let me give you. I changed the perspective with the venom machines. Probably that's why. Though it's not destroyed. I haven't finished it yet. Right. Yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out why is it I feel like there's a little bit of awkwardness in the torso. Something feels awkward, but I can't put my finger on it. So I'm just trying to figure out how I would do this. I would definitely lower the boobas, like myself, because mine would be over here. Because in this angle that I see, like that you have, it feels a bit like a top down, right? We're kind of like meeting at eye level. We're kind of meeting at eye level. So if like she's kind of standing like this, then I'm kind of looking down on the boobas, which will push the position slightly lower, I think. And then for the reference that we have, it feels a little bit like we are eye level with the torso. Like somewhere along the tummy area. So it feels like we're looking up at the chest. So it feels a little bit higher. I think it will appear like it's a bit higher. I don't know if you're following the position directly or you have your own setup underneath this for the torso. But if it's me, I will push it a little bit lower like that. I don't know if this is visible actually. This might be really hard to see. You have the top here, and then you have the bottom torso here, and this marks the landmarks for the two whatchamacallit, iliac crest. And then you can make her thicker with just like thicker legs here. Yeah, I don't know how you feel about this one. There's some ideas, I suppose. So yeah, the head, the eyes, and then the torso, I think. If you have the setup underneath, it would be nice to take a look at the setup underneath. Because if you draw freehand like this, it is it does get a little bit tricky, I think. Oh, I see a reference over here. Sorry, what did you use this reference for? Primarily clothing, right? I'm gonna open my laptop up for a bit. Anyways, that's basically it, I think. The entire character. Because I see the way they do the head. And the way the proportions work, I do not necessarily agree with, and that will make me a little bit more wary about using other proportions that they might have. I think in general, if I see a character like this, like if I was in your position, I would just capture the vibe. I wouldn't necessarily use it as a reference, like a technical reference. I wouldn't use it for proportions and stuff. I would just use it as an idea. So for example, like I see that she is pretty thick here and there, but I would not copy the shapes that I see in there. I would just take that vibe and I'll try to translate it over to my own stuff. So for example, I will see maybe like the shoulders are here, right? But the width of the thighs is a lot more. So I would then come over here. I wouldn't copy the shapes that they have, but I will see that it's roughly here. And then, oh, I want to maybe bump it up this much. So let's try to bump that up that much. Kind of something like that. Just because I don't agree with the proportions already, like especially if I look at the face, right? It's up to them that they want to draw in specific styles, but if I don't agree with it, I'm not gonna just take it as is then. You can bump up the width of the legs even more, right? And then you can also make this part sort of come closer, because there's more meat now. Maybe even just one leg here, because the other leg is implied to be blocked by this. So compared to the hip ratio, this is really wide. Still wider than the shoulders. Actually, the bones will probably be a little bit wider, perhaps, too. I think my bones are probably not wide enough. Female hips are pretty wide. But yeah, I think that's it. I don't know if this helps. Yeah, unknown if you're still here. I don't know if you're still here. If you're not here, I'll just move on first and you can send a message again. Twitch died? Twitch died. That's very interesting. George, I could, but I don't know if you necessarily want me to. It would be the best if you find me a reference and then maybe I can tell you what might be slightly different. But if you're telling me, if you're just showing me one thing, it's just going to be, that's gonna be really sus. Yeah, because you see how I'm struggling with my colors, so. Yeah, no problem, Igami. I know what you mean. Also unknown, let me see, what is yours? Sorry, unknown, could you post it in the art critique one? Because I'm not sure which one you're talking about. If you can post it in the art critique channel instead. My shitty ass internet gave out. The artwork in progress. The latest one, I'm assuming. I have to be honest, if you're not going to try setting up like a grids and stuff and be a little bit more structured, it's not really, there's not much I can help you with, is the thing. Sorry, this is the wrong spot. Let me see. So I can open this on the, oh no, I'll just keep it, wait, hang on, where should I put this? I'll put it here. Oh, you know what, I should put it here. No, it's fine. No, I got it. Sorry, give me 1 second here. This thing is pretty good at restarting, actually. Actually, kind of insane. Everything's lined up. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. If you're so. As we go back to before, right? So we're not trying to do something super complicated at this point. We are just trying to, even ignoring perhaps a perspective and form and all those other things. We're just mostly trying to go for shapes, right? again, you want to try to go for shapes. I don't know where to start because I feel like I'm repeating the same thing every time. Let me see. Where should I start here? So actually, before I start, can you describe me how you're drawing this? I think that's important. I think that's the main part that is that I need to know. I think I need to know how you're just starting out, because we've been over this many times. You need to kind of set up some guides for yourself. If you're just jumping in and copying shapes as is, like, it's not impossible to do, it's just harder to do. Right, like for example, are you doing stuff like trying to keep the character in the box here like this? Right, number one, you try to measure this box. Okay, how about this? Unknown, like, I'm repeating myself a lot of times here, right? Every time we go over the same points, if you want to look close to the reference, right? In the very beginning, when you first start out drawing, you really need to put in the extra effort to make it easier for yourself to succeed. Like, if you're just drawing directly, starting with the face and then going on and so forth, it's really easy to go out of proportions. It's very easy to go out of proportion. And in the beginning, especially, it's really hard for you to notice it when you're drawing as well. I'm sure like right now, when you put it side by side, you can tell that, hey, the proportion of the face is different from what you're seeing in the reference. I'm sure you can see that now. But then when you're drawing it, you need to go through this process. Right, you figure out what the box, where the box is. Right, again, where the character is touching all these boxes. That sets up the boundary of the character. And you can kind of figure out the sort of relative ratios here. So you can see it's about 1 to 1.5. If this is 1 unit, this is 1.5 units. Right, 1 unit, 1.5 units. So you try to have a box that's 1 unit and 1.5 units on this side before you start drawing. Right? Can you do this for me? Because like otherwise there's not much I can help you with. You have to go through this process. At least from my personal experience. Like other than this, I don't know how else to help you. Because other than that, all I can tell you is that, hey, your face is not right. You know, you gotta fix that. But like from your point of view, it's just like me telling you to fix it. I'm not really telling you how to fix it. So I think the only way to help you with fixing it is that you set up this box, right? You try to figure out what proportion each component is, right? So roughly where this is along this vertical line here. Maybe this is like 30, 35%, 40%. Who knows, right? Just a rough guide as well is good enough. I think for the vertical part, for the most part, it's pretty fine actually. For the most part, it's pretty fine. I think the biggest offender is probably just this part here. The relative sizing between this and the sleeve, I think this could probably be slightly bigger, I think. This shape here and stuff like that. This position here is a little bit too low here. Probably bring it up. Yeah. Can you please try this? Because every time you come to me for feedback, I can only tell you the same thing. And until you give this a try and then tell me how you feel about it and like if it worked for you, if it didn't work, and why did it not work, for example, then we can try and go from there. And then once you have used this sort of setup a few times before, like already, you will get a feel for the proportions. You will just feel it. Like it will be a lot easier for you to do what you're trying to do here, which is to just jump straight into drawing, right? If you're just jumping straight into drawing the face, it's really hard to just notice it in the beginning. You need that time to sort of slowly set it up and make it easier for yourself, because otherwise it's just a pain to go through this process, because I've done it. I have done it so many times already. I already missed the mouth just now. Oh my god. So I'm just going to walk through this thing again. Right? So number one, you set up the box here. Number two, you basically try to identify certain landmarks. For example, if you look at the middle point of this horizontal line here, right smack down the middle, what do you see? Oh, you see the nose, right? You see somewhere near the bottom of the chin. Oh, this line on the clothing lines up, right? All of these things are really interesting information that you can use to help yourself. Oh, what about the horizontal line? Oh, it's just nice at the bottom of the scarf, right? If you draw yours, where is the horizontal line? Somewhere near the bottom of the scarf. You see? That's good, right? That is good, right? Vertical line. Well, first of all, your box is not quite the same horizontal proportion, so that's a bit of a problem. But like, if you had scaled it maybe over here, then it could be, you see right next to the nose and stuff like that. And then you just try to figure out where all these things are, right? So you see how your head and your hair and this other ear here would probably be somewhere over here instead. Oh shit, this doesn't work. Let me see. I think this box probably isn't set up correctly. You have to get the step number one correct first. If not, all of these other stuff will fail, just like what you see here. Here, let's jump. Did you complete your main goal? You tell me. I mean, it's up to you, right? Like, do you think you have done what you wanted to do? You said that your goal is to get as close to the reference as possible, right? What do you think? Do you think you're close to the reference? Because I can tell you what I think, but I don't think that is as important as what you think. If you can, like, if you draw something and you're satisfied with it, that is good. That is good enough. No, like, someone else can tell you that it doesn't look good, but it doesn't matter if you are satisfied with it. So the only question that really is important here is, do you think you have hit your goal? Right, you think only resemblance. What do you think right now is the biggest problem that you can see? Because I want to try to help you think through this process. You don't know? Okay. If you don't know right now, how can I help you here? Let me see. Okay. What if we just focus on one part, right? Like, what if you just focus on the face, for example? If you just focus on the face here, that versus the one that you have here, right? Yeah, because the boxes are not necessarily quite the same size, I can't quite do what I usually do here. How should I do this, actually? But how about just like basic, like just looking at it for a bit, you know, without like necessarily drawing anything too much else. If you just look at the boxes, do you get the feel like this space here is less than this space here? Right? Do you maybe get a feel for that? I know the boxes are not quite necessarily set up the same way, so there is going to be some variance in that regard. But I'm just trying to see if you can get a feel for this. Right? There's like some space missing. Yeah, this is a little bit more spacious, right? If you look at this distance here versus this distance here, right? One of them is definitely bigger than the other. This one is bigger than the other. So that's one thing that is slightly different, right? And then let's say this other space here as well, this here versus this one here, right? The shape and the vibe of it is also kind of different, right? Like this one, slightly smaller than this, right? The top of this part of the hair comes out a bit more than what you have here, right? So that's maybe another thing that you can notice. And for example, within the face, I think this is, you can probably see this as well, right? Your eyes between this and the side of the face. the relative spacing in between, as well as the spacing, all of these things are quite different. I think if you can see this, that's great, right? If you can see a problem, you can fix the problem. The biggest problem with art is if you can't see the problem, you can't fix it. Or if you see it, and you're just a little bit lost as to which direction to go in. But for the most part, at this stage, I think if you can see that the spacing is wrong, you can always try to make the spacing correct. However, there's a problem here, is that if all you're doing is looking at each individual part like this and trying to make the adjustment, it's going to get very difficult. And the reason why is once you change something like this, it might also change some other distances here and there. Which is why I said that whenever you start, you need to start off with the overall structure. If you have the overall structure there, holding everything together, even if you have slight mistakes here and there, right, you can just fix that area, and you will still be able to get it to look right. Otherwise, it's really hard to fix. I've had a lot of cases in the past where I try to do it by eye. I'm just like, oh yeah, this is kind of big, right? Let me just cut it down. It's simple. I don't have to do any guidelines. I don't need that, right? But the thing is, once this thing changed, the relative space, like proportion between this and some other part of the face, would also change. Everything would just cascade down, and it becomes really hard. You will get to some point where like, hey, this thing is different, this thing is different, but if I change one thing, the other thing, some other thing will look different, and will look bad. So it's really, it becomes a mess. So you really want to start off with big structure to small things, right? Big stuff, a box, right? Then number two, try to notice all these interesting intersection points of like, this is like the 50% point, right? You can also do like 1/3 or like 1/4, like 25%. Like where's the 25% going down? Oh, it's right next to the finger. That's great. Great information to know, right? Like this over here, almost right next to the side of the ear. Great information to know. Side of the fist. Great information to know. Do that for the other side. This is a little bit closer to the grid method, but you don't have to go to that extent, right? I think going down to 25%, even just 50% is probably enough already. Right? Old habits die hard. There's no way around it. You have to work through it yourself. No one else can help you with that. It's the thing. Because it's entirely you. You know, no one can come in and just be like, hey, I'm gonna change your brain and make it work easier for you. You have to. That's why I always say you have to want it. You have to want to work through this. Number three, you can work through some of these simpler shapes here, for example, like circles. How many circles are there can you find? You can't comprehend? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, what do you mean by you can't comprehend? Like, what is stopping you from, for example, looking at this picture here, right? I know you're working traditional, right? You can't do what I'm doing here where you cheat and draw over it. You have to do it a little bit more. If you can't find a printer and then do it in paper, I would suggest doing it, actually going through the process of setting this up once per reference that you're drawing. Right? Again, you have to do this part, this part, this part, this part, right? The absolute boundary sets it up. Like, can you do this box for me, Unknown? Right? Identify where are each of the absolute limits of the character, and then put a box around it. No, I don't understand what you mean by you can't conceptualize it. You don't have to conceptualize anything, right? Just grab a reference, or like I guess you need like something in real life to work with. You need like a printed out reference or something. Because on digital, it would be, if you don't have a digital tablet, it would not be possible to do this. Look, Unknown, like you can say that you don't have the tools, or you don't understand it, or it's just really hard. But at the end of the day, if you want to do something, right? If you want to learn how to draw better, and you're asking me, this is the only answer I have for you. This is all I can offer you. I don't know how else I can help you. Because you have to... Yeah, like what else can I do? I don't know if anyone else has any good suggestions here. Right? Just get a reference and try it. It's not so much about like understanding or like conceptualizing or and so on and so forth. What if you just like try and do it, you know? Yeah, Kirio, go ahead. Like, just any suggestions, just throw in the chat. Because I'm also very curious how else I can... I have a suggestion, draw a box using a ruler, no ruler. Find card, no card. Find a pencil and make lines to draw the box. Yeah, like, I'm not sure what you mean by you can't conceptualize it. Or, like, that you don't have any tools. Like, unless I'm there, sitting right next to you, seeing how you're doing this, I don't know how else I can help you. Because I need to know what is it that you're doing, or what is it that you think you cannot do. Yeah, like, I don't know what else I can say here. You see, Unknown, that's why I'm trying to get you to stop doing. If you're just going one shot and expecting to succeed, even professionals don't do that. People who have spent years drawing don't do that. Right? People who have spent years drawing and drawing and drawing don't even just jump right in. They will do some setup, they will do some guidelines, get a feel for the anatomy, get a feel for where everything is in perspective, and then they will put in the lines after that. Drawing is not about just doing it one shot, it's about doing it until you get it to look right. Like, if you have something right now, you just gotta have to keep improving on it. How much time did you spend on this, by the way, Unknown? $30 minutes? Do you find yourself like drawing and racing and drawing and racing and stuff? That's fine to be focused. But how should I say this? I wish I can help you more, but I don't know how else I can help you. Because this is as much as I can break it down to this point. Like, this is about as broken down as I think it can be done. Maybe someone else can do a better job. Maybe some other streamer can do a better job. But as far as I can do here, this is it. Like, you're at the very beginning stage, right? You're at the very beginning stage. You need to get the observational skills, the basic observational skills. And if you cannot see it just like that, which you are not showing that you can, right? Based on the sketches that you have done, there's a lot of obvious sort of proportional differences between yours and the reference, which means that you're not noticing them. Because I don't imagine why, if you notice them and you don't fix them, like, I don't know why you would just not fix them if you have seen them. So I can only assume that you haven't seen them. You didn't see it. And if you didn't see it, we need to get you to see it first. And then setting it up this way is the best way that I know of to get you to see it. And yeah, I think that's all I can offer at this point. If you how do I say this? Like, for subsequent stuff, I really need to see you setting this up, like the box and stuff. I need to see you have done it, because you have asked me for advice for like 4 or 5 times now, and we've repeated this point like 4 or 5 times now. So until I see you do it, there's not much else I can offer. Yes, please try, Unknown. Please try. Don't be so negative about everything. Just try it, right? It might be confusing and whatnot. Again, right? Let me repeat for you again, right? You have your step 1, right? Just again. Yes, don't erase the box. I would like to see your setup. I want to see the guidelines in there. Like, if you can come up with like a messy sketch. Sorry, not a messy sketch, but a sketch where I can see some of your setup, like underneath and stuff like that. That would be great, because I think it would help with understanding your process. Where's my sketch? Oh, I think I drew on the same layer. Yeah, okay, this is not a good example here, but But just again, right? Just again. Sorry, let me rephrase, Unknown. Focus less on your emotions and just get things done. It's not about like just the negative or the positive and stuff. Just focus on what you're doing. Right? Again, try to find the boundaries. Your step 1 is to find the boundaries of everything. Right? And then from then on you craft your box, right? That is step 1. Now you have a bounding box for the character. And let's say step 2. What color should I use? Step 2 is to figure out this proportion here. Let's say we are at 1 and like 1.5 units, roughly. Right? And then this box will serve as your basis for your drawing. So let's say you have a new canvas here. Right? You're going to just draw a box that is following that same proportion. Roughly, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. Just a rough 1.1 to 1.5, right? I'm guessing it's 1 to 1.5. It feels like it, but that's your first step and second step, right? Then your next step is to try and notice anything that's interesting. For example, like, well, actually, let's go one step back first. We can try to sort of figure out the rough proportions of the character. You know, you're drawing a character, your character's gonna have a head, the character is gonna have a body, and the character is gonna have legs, right? So roughly where these positions are. You might have to eyeball this a little bit more because it's not really necessarily gonna fall onto, say, the middle point, for example, right? So you just get a feel for it. Oh yeah, somewhere. Let me see. This is like this, 1 to 1.5, maybe 2.5. If this is 1 unit here, this is like another unit. And then this is like a 2.5 almost. So what, like 1, 2, 2.5-ish. That'll put the head roughly here, I think. Maybe a little bit higher. And then the end of the legs would be somewhere just below this point. So it'll be just below this point here, right? This point that's corresponding to this position here. Get a rough view for that. You can try to notice certain interesting things at the 50% mark, for example, in the middle. So either the horizontal middle. Let me change the color. Actually, no, let's keep it the same for now. So the horizontal color. And at this point, you're just kind of noticing stuff for now, right? You're not even quite putting down shapes yet, right? And then the next step, you can start putting down shapes. You can start noticing circles, for example, for the head. It's almost right smack in the middle. And then you can have another one for the body, but this one is a little bit over on this side. It's up to you how you want to simplify this part. You can have ovals as well. If you're drawing stuff that's non-standard shape, like not like regular 100% like round or like squares or something like that, you can then try to find points. Like this is like almost at the quarter mark. It's a circle here, roughly. Like it's almost like a quarter to quarter, right, for the body. Kind of like that. Right, so now you can see this. Oh, I can put a circle here. Actually, I think mine is probably too big. But that's fine. As long as you start to have more structure, it becomes a lot better. So now you have the quarter, right? This point and this point. Now you have another torso here. And then you just try and slowly work through the entire thing here. And then as you go down with all these big shapes, like this is like a triangle almost. So you can roughly put it in here, right? This is roughly here, roughly here. This side is like roughly here. Just below that. I should think this line is not needed. Right, so it's just below the middle here, thereabouts here. You have a hand here somewhere in this box, somewhere right smack in the middle in this box here. You have another hand here. It's kind of overlapping. I'm already playing a lot looser here. And then another technique that you could do is try to identify other straight lines between certain parts of the character, right? For example, this part of the hair and the fist, if you join it up, now that's the empty space here, right? This is 100% empty space. There's some negative space here, but you can ignore it for now. And then you can also have the side of the head, and maybe this part here to the bottom of the legs if you want that. right? And then you can just follow all of these. Try to follow the same curve. You can use your pencil and stuff to try to measure stuff like that. Yeah. So where is this going, right? Like you see how this is entering this part of the board here? So it'll be somewhere here. Sometimes it's not gonna match up. Like mine's not matching up already. The angle. You can decide which one to take priority. Do you want to follow the side of the head, or you want to keep the entry and the exit the same? Possibly my box is not quite the right size. And then from here you can slowly start to put in more detailed and less regular shapes, right? More irregular shapes. You have this sleeve over here. Still a circle, kind of still a circle. I don't know what this is, but you can have simple shapes like that for now. The crotch here is somewhere near the center. It's fine. Let's say the scarf. Scarf is an interesting point, right smack in the middle here. It's like a dip. And then something like this. Just rough shape still is still fine, right? As long as you get stuff roughly in the right spot. Oh, my stupid ass tablet fell again. God damn it, dude. I'm not gonna interrupt this, I'm just gonna continue. I'll update the counter later. Right, and then you have the right, the circle for the face, pretty useful. You can check the top alignment for the eyes, bottom alignment for the eyes, see roughly what that is. Right? So this is the circle, right? This is a circle. The middle of the circle is somewhere here. So the middle of the circle is somewhere here, and I have a line that kind of goes this way, and I have a line that kind of goes this way. Now you know roughly where your eyes are gonna be. Take your time, make sure everything is deliberate. Make sure when you're drawing things, it's really deliberate. Like you're not just drawing because it feels like it or something like that, but you are sure that it is there. And then now you have a better setup from this. If you're drawing on traditional, of course, it's gonna be a lot trickier, right? It's not gonna be this simple. You're not gonna necessarily have it side by side. You're not gonna be that easy to set up all these lines correctly and stuff like that. But as long as you're working in this direction, I think it's a good thing. Yeah, and then sorry, I don't know why I'm drawing red. I should probably change the color when I started actually detailing here, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, give it a try. And we see what you end up with in a bit. Did George want to put something on or no, George? I guess this is archived on the stream. I guess I'm just gonna close it then. I don't really need it open. I'm just gonna close everything here. It's gonna send one later. Ah, okay. Thank you, Igami. Then I'm just gonna go back to work for now, I think. When he finishes. Ah, I see. Subpar. My subpar sketch. I wanted to actually practice some lines with this, but I think... Should I bother? Actually, no, let me try it. Let me go for it. It should be pretty quick. Oh yeah, no problem, George. Sounds good. I need to update my stream tablet drop counter. There you go. Held accountable. Yeah. That's how you move forwards. That's why I'm here. Because I can't just stop streaming. I'm gonna try and render some lines here. I want to see if what it feels like. Try to get a little bit closer to this line art quality here, which is a little bit rougher, but still decently tight, I suppose. It's just the hair that's rough, actually. Everything else is really tight. And they're all connected as well. It's just the line weight is not necessarily that consistent everywhere. That means most likely it's a lot of repeated lines over the same spot. Sorry, where is my... Oh. Lamal. I thought I recognized that voice. I'll just go with a normal G pen then. Let's not make the pen too complicated. I'll just figure out this Ooh. Pain. Okay. Let's see. Oh, it's a decently thin. Something is not right with this face. What is it? Oh wait, this is really long. Wait, what is it doing? What is this? The line is stretching really far. I don't like that. I don't know if it's this guy. There's a bit of a delay on this, huh? It's not like this guy has more... Am I crazy? This doesn't feel like it has as much stabilization or something. Weird. Alright, I guess I'll just do it for now and see how it goes. Can I turn this off? Adjust by speed. Oh, okay, maybe I should just turn this off. The other pens don't have it, I think. Yeah, they don't have it. Okay, maybe that's why. Huh. So I want somewhat clean and interesting lines, but I don't want to take too long. Also, I'm probably gonna end up trying to go for what Ass is drawing. Just because we have it on opened up like this. Ooh, a very tiny bit. You know what? Let's not do that then. I'll go default settings on my brain here. Eyebrows. Oh, eyebrows are doubled up. Okay. I can do that. I think that's fine. Balanced actually. Wait. そういうことね。わあ。仕方ない。今やり直すか。Oh my god, my muscle man. Ooh, my tablet's gonna fly again. Hang on. My posture today, I think, is probably not that great. Yeah, a lot looser with the lines, but actually it doesn't look too bad. I feel like it might cause issues, but maybe not after all. I'm not sure. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the washroom. Duvet, are you still on Twitch? How do I do this here? Let me see. It's not that bad, but it's also... Do you like ass, Bajangas? Do you not like ass? Also welcome. You love ass. Oh. Oh man, it's not I'm not asked, so the lines don't make a lot of sense yet. It doesn't have to. Wait, hang on, let me reset this. mask doesn't do this. So again, I'm asking myself, am I supposed to? Yes, of course, of course. That is the best. Abajungas, all the best for you and your work. Hopefully, I'll see you soon. Yes, yes. Good luck to you. Right. I am not gonna sequence exactly the same. Right. That's not the point. What is the point again? I thought I wanted to get close. Right. It's a proof of concept lining sequence. I think going default setting is probably the best. Because then I can evaluate, right? I do want more interesting shapes, that being said.お疲れ様です。お疲れ様。はい、ではまた。あ、ゆいさんだ、こんばんは。こんにちは。はじめまして。こっちもはじめましてなんですけど、一応。Yes, welcome back, Igami. Trying to figure out how to do lines like Ask, I think. Not necessarily draw exactly the same stuff, but just figure out like what is the balance of lines that would look good. I don't think I've seen Ass ever do like speed paint. I've never seen anything from Ass in terms of work in progress. As far as I can remember. Holy shit, I'm hearing people use N1 grammar. Oh my god, I've never heard that before. It feels like you're doing a JLPT like exams, like the listening comprehension. Because like you don't really hear people speak in such formal, like proper Japanese. For the most part. It's very interesting. Don't know if this lines works out, but we have to test this no matter what though. It's the only way forward. No, not like that, not like that, not like that. It's mostly just like really formal Japanese. Oh my god, this fucking sucks, dude. Yeah, this. It's not just the desk. I know, like I said, it's not like what you said as well. The language itself is very formal, just normal formal. But the thing is, it's the way that you're presenting yourself and the way that you're talking about certain topics, right? You can tell from the conversation that the sort of distance and relationship of people pretty well because of how the language is structured. And over here in this world is primarily just between people who have met the first time, I think. So it's actually really good for studying. Simply because everyone is super on their super best behavior. And you get to see what that is like. I think that part is hard to come by. Also, I'm really curious if they're listening, if they have my stream on and listening to what I'm saying. this. But that's why we're doing it. That's the thing. It's gonna suck, but we have to get through this. I don't even know if this makes sense, like doing it like this. I might have to do a study, I think, if I want to get the idea of it. Because like just doing it by myself, unless I figure out the colors as well and over here, like what am I really gonna see, you know? I need to see it. I might have to do a full-on study again, another art study. Right, but that's not the point, right? We're not trying to be like ass. God, 3 times now. I don't know what's wrong with my posture today. GG, bro. Alright, this is not supposed to be like this. Yeah, I don't know what is up with it. I don't... Yeah, it's just the posture today is bad, I think. Something about today isn't working well. Probably not draw the hands because it's not my point to render this out. might get some base colors in so I can see how the lines would melt away or not melt away. Get a feel for like what is it like for lines of this width and this sort of messiness, I guess, will look like in the final product. Just get a rough view without investing too much time into it. I think that's what I want out of this one. I think. Could be wrong. Oh man, this is really up there. And stuff like that, I'm gonna toss it to the wayside. Oh yeah, I know, right? I'm pretty sure like for the past 2 months I've been saying the same thing over and over, say that I'll do this and then I'll either not do it, try it and it will suck and it will fail, and then I'll say that I'll need to do something else and then I forget about that and then I try the same thing again. Damn, that's the Kirio emote. Everyone's got their own favorite emotes. I see Kirio use that one pretty often. Nice, dude. I think a lot of my friends, they see that I'm streaming and I'm telling them to stream as well. They're like, oh, but I'm not interesting, I don't have anything. I mean, if you don't have anything interesting that you want to do on stream, I think that's fine. But if you're like worried that you're not interesting enough, I think that's also maybe not really a concern. Because over time, like shit like this happens, right? You build up like inside jokes and you figure out certain things that you can talk about. I'll come back. It hasn't even been that long, has it? How do you feel, Unknown? Yeah, it's in the art critique. Sorry, wrong button. I think, okay, so I just need to re-point out that I'm not 100% sure if you did it this way or some other way, but I just want to check. I do see like a circle over here, right? The important thing of this part, I think, is to not break the shapes up too much, right? You don't want to get to the point where, oh, I have a box here, and then I'm drawing this line here. And then I would just go to here and draw this line here. You don't want to do that, right? You still want to keep things as big and general of a shape as possible. So a circle, like what you did here, that's good, right? So on and so forth. And then of course, like the body and stuff, it's not gonna be that simple to break up into stuff. So I'll leave that up to you. Oh, yeah. So this is, if you just started out, this is good. I think you can give this a try a few more times. It's gonna be, by the way, this is not gonna be you do it once and you're done thing, right? You're gonna be working like this for a while until you get a little bit used to the workflow. And then eventually what's gonna happen is you're gonna take away these lines here. You're not gonna necessarily draw these lines anymore. You're just gonna draw the outer box. You might not even draw the outer box actually. You could just mark out where the sort of boundaries are, roughly. But drawing a box is a bit easier. Oops. But then eventually you don't want to have all these lines in here. Yeah, you don't want to have these lines in here after you practice this for a while. You get comfortable with this process first. And then later on, you're going to remove the inner lines. So you're going to remove these blue lines here. And you're going to do it by eye, right? So you're going to still prep your reference like this, right? You're going to prep it like this. But when you're doing it, you're kind of just getting a feel for it. Maybe it's just on the side in the beginning, right? So you can remove this lines and you kind of get a feel for all these shapes by eye. And that's going to slowly build up your observation skills, right? Because you are no longer purely relying on these lines. They're still there though for you to check. And then you're just tackling all these shapes directly now, if possible. So that's kind of how it will go. But I think in the meantime, you'll probably still be working like this for a while. You see how you feel pain right now? If you can get that to not feel pain anymore, that's probably a good time to move on. Yeah. Again, unknown individual, it's up to you how you want to approach this this process of art, right? You can just keep doing how you were doing before, all you want. I think that's fine as well if you really want to go down that route. But if you're coming to me and you're asking for my advice, this is what I would say, right? What you want to do is up to you. That's completely up to you. Right, I can't even guarantee necessarily that this is... from my point of view, obviously, I think that this is the most efficient way of doing it. I like efficiency. And that's what I'm going to offer you. What I think is the best way. But I also cannot guarantee that this will necessarily 100% be the best for you. If you feel so much pain that you don't ever want to draw ever again, then you can go back to doing what you were doing before. I think that's fine. You're not... Okay. You are not going to know if you're making progress until you have done it enough times, and then you will get a feel for it. That's just how art is. Art doesn't happen overnight like that. In one painting, you're not going to feel that you're getting better. You're not even going to feel you're getting better necessarily over 10 different drawings. You're going to be doing hundreds of these. And it's not to just scare you, it's just how it is. So you don't want to... make it so... what's the word? Think about all those things that much, right? Again, unknown individual. The only thing I can offer you is this method. And also one more, perhaps, piece of advice that I would say is that everything is gonna feel difficult and feel unnatural to you. Because that's what it is. You're learning something new. That's the whole point, right? If you're always doing stuff you know, you will never be a different person than where you are right now. That's the whole point of trying something new. I hate what I'm doing right now, but I have to do it because I need to prove to myself either if it works or if it doesn't work, and then I can move on from here. It is going to be a painful process. That is how it is. That is just learning in general. Learning is not an easy thing. So again, you know, you have to ask yourself, do you want to be a better artist? How badly do you want to be a better artist? That's it, right? I think I've said enough over the past, I don't know how many times we've been over this, right? It is just up to you to decide. I cannot force you to do anything. Nor will I, even if I could, because there's no point. You have to want to do it. So I'll leave it in your hands, you know. It seems like you have what you need now. It is up to you. But yes, you are on the right track. From my point of view, it makes a lot of sense. Again, it's a really hard topic for me to tell you. If you ask me for my honest opinion, I think you're just trying to find a way to not do the difficult things. That's how I feel about it. I think you're just trying to run away from the difficult stuff. That's how I feel about it, honestly. But, you know, I cannot guarantee that there isn't a better solution. I also cannot guarantee that this is gonna 100% work for you. So, again, in your hands. This is up to you to decide. If you want to spend time looking for a different way, that's fine too. Just know that time that you're spending doing that is time that you're not spending practicing. And at the end of the day, practice is practice. It's going to be hard, it's going to be dry, and it's still the only way going forwards. The truth is you're going to be doing a lot more difficult things. Not even just for art, right? Not even just for art, but also for life and everything else. But let's say we don't go that far. We just talk about art. You're going to be doing a lot more difficult... Hello, Bungus. But yeah, let's say just for art. You're going to be doing a lot more trickier things than just drawing boxes, man. If you really want to get good. Yeah. I'm trying really hard to keep what I'm saying very neutral and not be too judgmental. But you really have to work for it, man. On the individual. We are here for you to support you. But the only person who can make yourself a better artist is yourself. It is going to be painful. You just have to push yourself through it. No one can hand this skill to you because it's just not possible. You have to find it for yourself. If someone just gave you all the skill one day, there's no meaning in that. Like, it's like you probably end up wanting something else, I'll be honest. Like, there's no value in things that are just handed to you. It's like if you cheat in the game, you know, you get all the items at one go and own everybody. It's gonna feel really hollow and stuff. But yes, that's all I have to say on this topic. All the best to you. Man, it's so lively in here in this game. Everyone's greeting and having fun and talking. I know, I don't even know what what to do if I achieve my main goal. Yeah, again, that's for you to decide. I can't answer that for you, but no one knows everything in life. No one's gonna know what's gonna happen tomorrow. I could walk out the door right now, tomorrow, when I go buy groceries and get hit by a bus, and you guys will never hear from me ever again. Like, those kind of questions, it's not really meant for you to think about. You think about the fact that just focus on what you're feeling right now. Do you want to be an artist? Do you want to be a better artist? If yes, just forget all the other things and focus on what is it that you need to do, which is more practice. And that's it. You can worry about a lot of different things in life. And I know, like, I spend nights sitting here thinking about stupid ass shit. And just like you said, oh, habits die hard, right? I get that. It's so hard for me to stop thinking about certain things. Over a decade of thinking about the same things, it's going to be really hard to stop that, but you try, right? You still keep going. You don't stop there and be like, oh, this is so hard and this is so difficult. You just keep going. You see, if your goal is to make games, Unknown, then art isn't necessarily that big of a priority. It's up for you to decide, again, right? Do you want to be able to draw the designs, or do you want to pay someone else to do it? Not even talking about necessarily the financial independence or like the financial power required to pay. But let's say you have the ability, right? Do you want to be able to draw it, or do you want to just pay someone and get it done with? Because art really isn't for everyone. Art is painful, man. Art is absolutely painful. You hear me say that every time I come here. You're never gonna know the correct answer, man. Right? Is oh my god. Is art that core of a thing for your game design? Sorry, your game creation, or is it not? Right? The you will never know. Like maybe now you feel one way and then you go down the line and you're like, oh shit, I should have done that. But you wouldn't have known, is the thing. The only thing you can do now is focus on right now. What do you want to do right now? What do you want to be good at right now? Do you want to be better at art, or do you want to be better as a game developer? I can honestly tell you art is going to be more painful than programming. Art is way more painful than programming. Because art, there is no necessarily correct answer to certain questions. Programming, you have a correct way to do things, right? A technically, logically correct way of getting certain things done. But art isn't necessarily that simple. There's going to be a lot of ambiguous questions that you have to answer. Like right now, I can just take someone else's style and I just roll with it. I can just draw tons and tons and tons of stuff and just carry on my stuff. But I don't want to do that, right? So I'm going on this really ambiguous quest where I don't know what is it that I'm gonna... I don't know what exactly I'm looking for. It's just like... I'm just kind of like going around circles, I feel like, every day. But it is what it is. Like, But yeah, art is gonna be more painful than programming. I don't know, there's other programmers in the chat, so you can ask them as well. There are times, man, I find myself running away from art and focusing more on work just because I find art so much more painful than programming. Oh man, dude. I never thought I would run away from... I would run to work. Not physically, as in, but like mentally run away from stuff and run into work instead. It's I'm also okay. So what I'm about to do is I'm just gonna pick color from the ass piece. Jesus Christ, and then I'm going to try to see how the line art responds to this. Because currently, I did the line art in a specific way, and I want to see what happens when colors go in. But I don't want to worry too much about the colors, which is why I'm gonna pick exactly the same colors from everything, from line art to the colors themselves. And this way we abstract away all the other complications and only leave the line art under evaluation. Which is what I'm about to do. Which is why I'm gonna do what I'm about to do. It might look weird, I think. But that is not the point, right? The point is to get a feel for the overall final render quality. Not so much the current piece in and of itself. Join, I can't do other shit than this. Yes, everyone would have. Yeah, that's nice, Igami. That is very nice. If you don't know what you're good at, then you should stop asking that question. You should probably ask, though, what do you want to be good at? Because if you're good at something, you probably already know. Right? You will have the self-confidence. You will tell people that, hey, I'm good at this. That's what it looks like when you're good, when you're actually good at something. Because you will know that you're good at it. And if you don't know what that is right now, it probably just means that you're not that confident in it, in all the skills that you have, right? And maybe objectively, you're still good at it. But if you don't feel comfortable with that, that means you just need to work on it. Right, what do you want to be good at? Again, it all comes back to what you want. And it's not necessarily an easy question to answer though, I'll be honest. It is a very hard question to answer. There are so many things that you want in life. There's so many things I want in life. Right, I want to be good at art. I want to be able to make some music. That would be cool, right? It'd be nice if I can put on some muscle on myself and not get blown away by the wind every time it's winter. You know, that's nice. It'd be nice to get a promotion at work, you know, get better at programming and stuff. That's also nice, you know. Everything is really good. まあまだ時間あるか。今度にしましょう。I think like so I see the conversation that's going on in chat, but I think what is important here isn't necessarily the title that you give yourself. Whether if that is a accurate title to call yourself a jack of all trades or not, I don't think it matters. None of that matters to me. If I were in your position, Unknown, all I'm asking myself is what do I want to be better at? That's it. It doesn't matter if you're actually good at it or bad at it, right? You can be the best at it in the world, but you might still be dissatisfied. Then just work on it, right? Like, how do I say this? Like, you're thinking too much and you're not doing enough is how I feel. There's too much like sort of, hey, I don't know what's happening. I don't know this. I don't know that. You're never gonna know. It's just like, hey, do you want this thing or not? That's it. And then you just work on it. Whether if the label that you have yourself, have on yourself, whether if whatever that may be, doesn't really matter. There's too much of this sort of, hey, I'm thinking about this, or like, hey, I'm not sure about this, or hey, like, I feel like I'm this, but I'm not that, and like, not that important, man. Like, just work. Just work on it. You want to be better at art, you want to be better at programming and game design, any one of those things you could be doing right now instead of talking about like how you feel negative about yourself. You know what I mean? Like, sure, it's important to recognize your emotions and let it out sometimes, but if like, okay, obviously I don't know, you know, how you spend your time outside of streams. Maybe you spend your time outside of streams super duper productively, and all you want to do is come here and talk to us and maybe rant and vent a bit. That's fine. But if that's not the case, then the time right now could definitely be spent on improvement on whatever that is that you want to work on. Anyways, up to you, man. Up to you. I want to try and help you as much as I can, because I always hated the version of my past self who was basically just always sitting there being like, I want to do this thing, but I can't. I want to do this thing, but I don't know how. I want to do this thing, but I'm just not good at it. That was me for like a good, what, 10 years? Over 10 years? And it's such a frustrating thing when I think back on it, because I'm a fucking idiot. Like, if I spent all that time working, what do you think I'll be today? Where do you think my skill level will be at today? That's why I really want to try to get you to be better, if possible. Because I see myself in you. But the thing is, like, you are not me. So, as much similarity as I think I might see, the circumstances are different. You are your own person, and you have to figure that out for yourself, I think, for the most part. And I also don't want to impose my will on you. Like, it's not right as well, right? Like, if this is how you want to do things, that's fine. If that's what you want to do. It just doesn't look like the way to me. And that's why I feel so so heated about this, is how I would put it. Just like, because I think that all this time right now that you're talking about this, you could have spent doing one more drawing already. You could have done the next drawing already. We've been talking about this for 20 minutes. Well, maybe like 15, because you came in at about 11:06 or '09, I think, with the follow-up. But yeah, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but please, like, focus on what is more important, which is actually doing work. Whether if it's drawing, whether if it's programming. Yes, please, all the best, man, all the best. It is hard, man. It is hard. When you're doing stuff like it's how do I say this? Like logically, if you think about it, right? If you're disgruntled with where you are, you have to do things to improve yourself. But that means doing things that you have never done before, right? Because the things you have done before is what got you to this current point. So you have to do things you've never done before, and that's gonna be hard. And that's gonna not feel comfortable for you. It's gonna feel hard, it's gonna feel painful. But that's the right way, bro. That's exactly the right direction you want to go. That's how you know you're going the right way, when things are like pain in the ass. And honestly, there's not much other people can do to help you, honestly. I feel like life is a very very lonely thing. No matter how many people are there next to you trying to talk to you about how to improve and like they're trying to help you, at the end of the day, the only thing that can really change you is yourself. Like, if you think about it, like, every time, like I mentioned this about before, right? Like, I always hear ambulances outside, because it's just a natural thing in the city. You always hear ambulances, you always hear fire engines going around, fire trucks going around. And if you think about it, think about when you're sick, yeah, you know, like, whenever, no matter how much your parents try to make you feel better, you are still gonna be sick. You're still gonna suffer that discomfort. You have to pull yourself through it. There's no one other person who can get you through that. And I feel like a lot of aspects of life is really similar. Of course, things get better, you know, things get slightly easier if there's people around you who's going through the same thing and keeping each other going. But, you know, those are just words. The words are not gonna make you a better person. You have to do things. And the doing part is so hard, man. It's so hard. Nothing else you can do. So that's why I always say, like, if you guys want to work on your art and stuff, by all means, like, leave the stream and focus on your own thing. Because you have to focus on yourself. You have to be the one that makes yourself a better person. Like, no one else is gonna do it for you, no matter how much they want to. You know, God knows, like, your parents will probably make you like a super intelligent, super talented, can do everything kind of person if they could just do that, right? But they can't. All they can do is give you the environment, give you the financial freedom to do so and the time to do so, and at the end of the day, it's in your own hands. And I think in my case at least, a lot of it was squandered. But what are you gonna do? You know, that's just how people grow. You have to go through that pain of losing all those opportunities to realize that that's important and really precious. Then the next time around, when it does come around, you can maybe grab onto it a little bit tighter. And it sounds like an entire party in here. That's kind of crazy. So yes sir, Igami. I'm gonna do some janky ass shapes here. I don't know why it's good. So we just do whatever. And then the shapes in this case probably wouldn't matter too much. I just do want to just check the lines and see how they respond to the colors and stuff. And the people in game are having so much fun. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much they're working though. To some extent, I do want to join, but I know for a fact that if I start speaking Japanese, especially in such context, I'm gonna lose the ability to actually draw. Yeah, it takes out almost 100% of my brain power because you need to process a lot of things, not just what you're saying, but the nuances of what you're saying and everybody's position in the social dynamic. It gets a little bit complicated. Like the same thing happens when I'm talking to, well, just anyone, right? Like right now, if I'm talking to you guys, I have to be aware of where I am, what I'm talking about, like my position relative to everyone else's, right? For example, stuff that I cannot assume that I know everything about someone else's life, for example. But those things are a bit more natural if it's people that you know, or it's like more common stuff, like for example, like what I just said, right? Like stuff like not assuming you know what's going on with other people. I think that's pretty standard. But you meet someone for the first time, you don't know whether the line is drawn for certain topics, so you have to thread a little bit carefully. Also, I think they're doing some weird inside joke, which I don't really get. Oh wait, the sliding from the other side too. This one only has one light source. I don't want to make things too complicated. Sorry, do I care? Sorry, can I just cancel that sequence? Let me reprocess this real quick. Let me think. Can I just assume I can do the same light source lighting setup. I'll just use the same colors. Okay, why does it matter? Does it matter in this case? Let me bring the lines down immediately right now, and I want to see where we stand at this point. So let's say so what colors do we have here? Primarily this like somewhat saturated color here. Okay. See where that gets us real quick. Right, everything disappears, of course. The eyes are a little bit darker. Okay, in that case, I should do it separately then, perhaps. How about the blue parts? Right, so some of this is like this purple. It's not even purple, it's like desaturated reds. And then some of the more emphasized areas are a little bit orangier. Orangier. Oh man. It's almost invisible. I also have the same problem. I think I have a conflicting interests. Is that how it says? I am trying to... Yeah, when I evaluate, I'm evaluating based on the polish level, the level of polish, the quality of the render. But the problem is, that isn't what I'm trying to do when I'm drawing it. Because the drawing sequence is kind of trying to get things to be done quick, I think. To have something that is quick and decent in order to focus more on storytelling perhaps in the future and just get more pieces out, right? Yeah, to get more pieces out is probably the main thing. But then the expectation at the end of the day is still a little bit too high for that. So I think I need to reevaluate that for sure. As it stands, the two things conflicting means that it's never gonna look right then. I need to figure out which one is the higher priority here. I think Ass would probably stick to bigger shapes, would it not? And then we can figure out some more interesting stuff afterwards, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna bring everything down to the same. Do everything the same here. That's the only way I can evaluate this properly. Colors the same. Shapes, ideally, it would be best if we can get similar, but it's probably not very realistic to expect that. But the lines are our own. Right, the lines are our own, so that makes it a little bit... That's correct. And then I can properly evaluate the problem there. We need to abstract out all the other stuff first. Every single part of it. Why is it so dark over here? I thought I picked the same color. 合ってんのか？これはもっと暗いってこと？もっと暗いね。Yeah, my hair is too empty because I don't have enough lines in there. The irony. Yeah, it's just a worse artist, I think, in general, just because it's the lines represent less. Sorry, the lines show less. It's too round and too regular. That also contributes to it. Lack of a detail, lack of overlapping forms and ideas. That would contribute to the emptiness. The balance of shapes of each bundle of hair. That will also... Yeah, my bundles are a lot bigger. At least it's not broken up enough by lines still. Yeah, still not enough. Okay. What about this one? This one, there's still more stuff inside. So I guess still not enough. Still not enough. Cool. We can work through this. Yeah, the hair has a lot of subtle colors. It's so hard to tell. Never mind actually figuring out what is going on. Like, how did they come about with this color palette? It's more orange and red in the shadows, brighter and more yellow and more desaturated in the light. Does that mean I should get a bit of area here then? Maybe I can try something. Yeah, maybe like this backpack can be taken out. Ah, せや。上に乗せないと。そしたら Hello, Duvet. I just realized I haven't been seeing a Twitch chat for a while, but I guess it's pretty much dead over there. Anyone left over at Twitch? Let me see. Oh my god, I hate it. Why does Twitch keep like playing shit at the top? Oh shit, there's 7 people here. What? Are you guys on both sides? Jump scared. Jump scared. Unknown, I don't know how to help you there. I do not know how to help you. Why don't you just take a break for today? There's nothing really good comes out of it if you force it, like hardcore force it. I say that I'm forcing what I'm doing, but like at the end of the day, I do want to do it. That's all I can think about. But if you're feeling that to that extent, you know, like just take a break, man. No shame in taking a break. Oh yeah, what is this blue here? What logic is the blue and the pink? What the hell am I supposed to do with that? What? What do I do with that? Can't do anything with that. Yeah, you get me. That's very accurate and to the point, but damn, dude, that is yeah, random as aesthetics. I don't know how to. Can I make the shoes not blue then? We just pretend that it sucks. This is now socks. No, I how do I say this? I think that is the right way. Okay, like I'm very harsh with myself, right? I don't, in my head, I absolutely bash myself. That's all I do every day. I don't know if necessarily that is the best thing, but then if you're at some point you kind of have to be a little bit harsher in order to push things through. If you're always offering a way out, then people always take that way out. So I do appreciate it. Yeah, it's tricky, it's tricky. It is very tricky, yeah. Yeah, I think to get things done, like being harsh is definitely necessary. The balance of which is what you have to worry about, like too much or too little. And the other thing is whether if you're really in a position to be doing so. I think that's probably the main one. No, I'm not criticizing you though, Igami. I'm just thinking out loud about like these things in my head. Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. It is all good. Damn, you guys probably would not want to see how I would talk to myself from 10 years ago. I keep thinking about this video that I want to make that will address the me from 10 years ago. And every time I think about it, I'm just like, yeah, my language is probably gonna be too negative or too harsh. But I will make it like that though. I will make the video like that. If whenever I get to that, I will be super harsh. Yeah, no, you don't have to worry about us, man. You should worry about what you wanna. But you know what? Like you are gonna take a break, right? Just take a break, man. Take a break. So I don't actually know what I want to do from here. The issue with this is that the reference here is a very rough sketch by Ask, right? Clearly, it's pretty rough. It's just a sketch, like a color sketch. But because of the balance of details, they can get away with not actually rendering clothing. Also, their clothing is super skin tight anyways, it's not much to actually render. Right, the hair covers a lot of ground and has a lot of details, the hat with the flowers. So for us, if we don't render the clothing, it becomes too plain. So we actually have to do it, now that I said it out loud. However, rendering clothing is not exactly... Anyways, let me try it. What can I do here? I don't think I can stay that close to Ass then. I don't have that mastery over clothing to do that. So we just do whatever, I suppose. I'll just make use of the reference here, put in some shapes, and then try to just bump up the thing a little bit more. But the lines themselves, yes, we're just here for the lines, right? What do I feel about the lines? They don't detract away from anything, do they? I suppose there can be a lot more work still on the skin. Maybe the evaluation is still a little bit too early. But for the most part, the values... Yeah, you're making use of the values and the colors to actually just make the lines a little bit less visible. It is pretty good. Like, it doesn't... Like, cause the line art itself, I kind of hate it. It's... I wouldn't call it very clean, right? For sure. You wouldn't be calling it clean. And it also necessarily isn't that flowy. Not like the other one that I had before. It doesn't feel good to look at. The quality is quite different. This other one here is also kind of rough, but I guess it is still cleaner, huh? Is it still cleaner? So where does this sketch? I need to actually check this sketch. I want to check the layers here. What did I do here, man? I actually do not remember how I did this. How the hell did I get here, bro? Paint 4, was it? Broski. Take me home, country roads. Hello? It's over here. Okay, so this was the base sketch. And base sketch with the lines, and then the colors come in. The colors are a little bit poo-poo farce. It's a bit too red. Let me just make it a little bit less red here. Get rid of that. What the hell is this? Empty layer? As usual. So you got the I split it into 2 layers. It's my old way of working. Kind of a pain in the ass. So if I were to apply the same idea here, which means I want to take down the values, make lines disappear a little bit more, I have to be pretty aggressive, I think. So what do I do here? I up the... Yeah, right? We just kind of fade it out like that. Probably split it into 2 halves. I need 1 half for the light and 1 half for the shadows. So what do we have here? Let's bring this to something brighter and orange here. Ooh, too much. Okay, let's take this. Push down, push up. Yeah, it just disappears somehow. I do like the lines. Ah, shit. How do I reconcile it? I mean, this isn't necessarily terrible in and of itself either. Where is it? Oh, here. I'm looking at this here. It should be doable though, right? Like, it just need to take a little bit more time to actually bring it up. Make it more complicated. I mean, in this case, it's actually kind of different, perhaps. Of course, Unknown. All the best to you. You know where to find us. Others. Us. Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Man, I don't know how, like, the amount of mastery over the shapes is... Oh man. Head empty, very empty. Right, what do I see here? What do I see? Right, I see. So it's because of a... Right, okay, that makes sense. Right? Like that's precisely the issue. You can also make it super noisy and then come back. But either way, I guess we just try some different ideas. So what exactly then? Exactly then. Perhaps it would be, yeah. Oh, right. Different layer. Shit. Alright. That is true. Focus on one part first. Okay. Okay. Now what? It looks messy because it is, I see. Oh, I remember that in the original thing, didn't we? So actually in reality it would be injected in here instead. In order to make it fit, right? That would be the idea. And beyond that, it would be an increasing. Can we push this out? Down layer. I did attempt to do it, yes, I did. Do something more aggressive. Huh? Sienna. Hey. Put it on it? Okay. Joy-Con. Yes, sir. You can send all the long questions you want, George. Soft tone on the bottom left here. Bottom left. Sorry, I've been constantly flipping my canvas. You mean in front of her? The gray? Yeah, no problem. Like I mean I just picked the color and airbrushed it in. Is that what you're looking for? So I just briefly talk about the layer structure, right? So this is the old me nonsense where it's one color, one layer, right? We have one base color. One base color layer for the hair on the head is separated because of the way the layer structure works, but there's one up there, and then there's one for the skin, and there's one for the back hair. And then on top of that we have one layer for the shadow. Sorry, where is it? Here. And then one layer for the shadow here. And then after that we have the individual adjustment layer. So there's an adjustment layer on the light part, which is for the hair. Like for example, the hair gets a bit more light on there, a bit more color, a bit more vibrance. Same for this, right? To match up. Same for the skin. Oh wait, sorry. Yeah, the skin is doing weird light fall off stuff. I'm trying to make it look like it's the light is intense around the body, the upper body, and then it falls off to towards the bottom. I think this might be a little bit too much actually. But that's the idea. And then like in terms of the gray that you're asking for is part of the adjustment layer setup. So except it's on the shadow. So for example, that's the adjustment layer on the shadow part. That's what is pushing this down. And then there's the adjustment layer on the, well, the skin shadow doesn't have it yet, I think. Oh yeah, it does have the gray. So it's done separately here, as you can see. Actually, now that I'm talking about this, maybe it's not, it probably isn't done separately for Ask. I think they probably did it on top of everything. Actually, yeah, like, would they have done it on top of everything, or would they have done it separately? I don't know if their process is more layer-based, or it's going to be more painting-based. I get the feeling it's probably more layer-based, but regardless, yeah, you know what? With their skill and their experience, I think it's likely this is done on top at the very end. The reason why I hesitated is because personally it's a lot easier for me to put it at this stage, right, as I'm trying to color, I can figure out what color it is that I want to use and what it will look like at the end. But if they have the experience and they know what they want, they just have a layer on top. It will just blur everything out, and then they can just turn that off as they paint, and then just turn it back on later and do some slight adjustments, because they can hold that vision in their head. Whereas I'm here trying to figure out what's happening. So it's more in the middle of the process rather than at the very end. I don't know if that makes sense, but anyways, that's what the gray is doing. There's like other stuff on top as well. Yeah, man, this thing, I have a good idea. Do I have a good idea? I have a rough idea of like the sort of setup that I can use in order to get that, because it's quite clear if you look at their art. You can break it down to layers pretty cleanly. Except like the problem is just the lines. Being able to draw something that would work well, and then the shapes, and then the colors. Yeah, these three things here primarily. Because the rendering is just the shapes. There's no texture to speak of. Oh man, this is I do not know what I'm doing. It's okay, it's okay. Is it okay though? It's not okay. It's not okay. Yeah, it's more subtle at this point in time, right? But for them, they're bumping it up so much. But why is it that it works though, is the thing. I don't feel like it really works here. Maybe my shadow's too blue, I think. It's a bit too purple and blue for me to put something too saturated in the orange and warm zone. Whereas their shadows are orange in this case here, still. Oh, right. So it's a C curve for them, but not quite a C curve for me. I think that's the problem. So it'd be like here? Kind of? This is, I need to talk to people about how they choose colors. I think at this point, I need to get some help. Maybe I can ask these people in the server later. I actually ask them now. But oh, that's not good. I think all my friends have left this room. Yeah, everyone that I know is not in this place anymore. That's not good. There were at least 3 of us. 3 of them actually. Now it's just me. Yeah, it's alright. It is what it is. I mean, it looks fine, doesn't it? It's not that bad. It's not as bad as like I probably think of it to be in my head. If we can just get a... Ooh, yeah, if we can just get a clean set of lines. Even if I cannot get this really cool setup that Ask has and all the insights and stuff. If we just split the 2 colors, right? Sorry, we split the light part and then the shadow part. And then for each of those, we put on a gradient. And then we try to make some part of it a little bit more vibrant. Because that's what Ask seems to like to do. There's always something really vibrant in there. Although in this case, it's not quite the same way. I'm thinking more of like a gradient sort of way. Because like these subsurface scattering parts, transition parts, very vibrant, right? The one with the two people dancing from like FGO, very vibrant, right? All these pinks and stuff. The final effect shouldn't be that bad. Then we get clean shapes, clean lines. We try to get big shapes, not too many small shapes. And then throw in some accents. Yeah, the main thing is just no experience. Like there's nothing, I can't draw from anything. Everything in the way forward seems like it would make sense. I just don't have anything to back that up with. path seems clear, but I just don't know how it's going. Like, let's say right now, if I want to put in accents, what would I do here? Right, we kind of have the basic formula down, right? We have a decent set of lines. We have big shapes, although not necessarily very refined shapes because it's just very cell shaded at this point, and the edges are kind of janky. Not just the edges, but like the polygon corners. We have the subsurface scattering, right? We have gradients on each of those parts. Wait, do I have it? For the most part, yeah. Like I do kind of have some stuff here and there, and we even have like the additional gray nonsense that I don't know if I really want. But now what? Like what now? So what is setting apart that and this? Maybe it's the overlapping hairs. Maybe it's the overall contrast. Yeah, this one has slightly more contrast, I think. The red really stands out. The hair color really stands out in that one. So what is the most vibrant thing I want to have on my canvas then? If it's not going to be the skin, it's probably not going to be the skin. There's only hair left. That's the only other color that's left. So maybe I should up the saturation on the hair. Maybe you can get a feel for that. I'm trying to slowly work through this because there must be a way to go from this point A to that point B over there. If we can figure it out once, we can then do it again, and then we can do it again, and then again. And then before we know it, we should be able to replicate it comfortably. Is what I would like to think. Short of asking us, I think this is probably the best way. Maybe if we ask someone else who's like a very similar style, or just someone who's really good with colors. Maybe the contrast isn't enough. Maybe the shadows could be darker. Maybe just for the top part here. Maybe I can make it darker, right? Because we want to up the contrast here. Oh shit, it's gone. Oops. But the inside doesn't really seem like it's that dark either. And there's also brighter ones too. Maybe if I make the lines a little bit darker there. Where are my lines again? Oh, here. Maybe ask students. George, what are you doing? I think it's a little bit, how do I say this? Like, if we can get like free feedback and stuff, that's fine, right? That would be great. But like, if you're trying to, you know, do what you have done for me for with the current situation here. I think that's a little bit too much. Shall we say monetary output on your end? You know, I don't like going back to the thing, right? I don't see like why someone else should be working harder than I am on my stuff. You know, it just doesn't feel like it's the right balance. I feel like I should work harder. I should go out there and look for people and talk to. Yeah. You know what? Okay. So on my palette, on my plate, I still haven't really set up my my Ko-Fi yet that Yigami suggested. And then the other thing is, I think maybe on the weekend, why don't I go like actually look for people, look for some people who can give feedback. Yeah, no, thank you, George. 1 in a million years, yes. Thank you. Actually, it's interesting. 1 in a million years. I get what you're saying, right? Like it's just a maybe like a one-time thing, or like just a special occasion kind of situation. But it also sounds really interesting because 1 in a million years. Imagine something that happens once in a million years, and it happened right now. How insane is that? You know. But regardless, thank you very much. Let me go and find some stuff if possible. I just don't know what to really ask people, because if you want to ask people for feedback, you need to have something for them to feedback on. And in that regard, we haven't done anything really original at this point. So it becomes a little bit interesting in that regard. Could be something I can do though. There must be something I can do. Yeah, I have to bring it up to my absolute limit and then ask someone, what is it that I can do from here? That would be that, right? That would be it. And it's probably gonna be something that I'm gonna be, oh yeah, that's pretty obvious. I should have just done that. But like, right now, man, like I don't know if I'm being overwhelmed or what. Okay, anyways, let me just try to find one more thing here. So I just need to find some way to add accent here. I will just try to do that, and then I'm gonna go and do something else. Do the next piece because I'm getting stuck here. What do I got? So there's obviously this blue stuff on the hair. A lot of saturated yellows along these edges here. Maybe it's part of both. Maybe it's both the yellow lighting and also the yellow flowers that justifies it. But then again, do you need justification? Not necessarily. So the highest places of color contrast, right? Hue contrast is what I'm looking for if it's accents. So the obvious yellow/green on the hair, that's red hair. A little bit of purple here. Purple and green, is that chromatic aberration? The highlights have chromatic aberration, perhaps? Oh, a little bit, maybe. Oh, there's also really subtle green on the what I would consider would be the black part. So, oh yeah, I can't. She's not wearing clothes on mine. There's not much I can do about that. But okay, why don't I just try adding some color to the hair? What can I do here? Wait, what is this? Is it another stupid empty layer? How many empty layers do I have, dude? I have no recollection of making these empty layers, but I think what's happening is I make it, I draw something on it, I don't like it, I undo it, but then I forgot to delete the layer, and it's just there. So the opposite here, right? Maybe yellow, right? It would be some kind of yellow, bright yellow, maybe. Wouldn't necessarily make a lot of sense. It might work if I get better shapes. I just don't know what shapes will look nice here. Actually, along the edge, along the edge, along the edge, circle, right? Circle, I think circle. Yeah, from other parts of the canvas. The problem is my other part of the canvas is nothing. So, in this case, well, actually, what's the circle gonna look like? This way? Like this way? Like this way. Oh. Chainsaw Man. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait a second. Let me think. It would stand out, but also... No, but if that's a rule, then this one doesn't quite follow it. Perhaps. Let's just put something in and then change the colors afterwards. I don't know, man. It's weird. Yeah, it's hard to figure this one out because it's accents, it doesn't necessarily mean there's any logical rule behind it. One thing I thought might be happening is just they take a color that would contrast that base color there, but it's still present on the canvas somewhere else, and then they just bump it up. Maybe that was something like that. But at the end of the day, anyways, for ours, it's something else that I can pick from. And it's so small, the overall impact is very minimal. So it's hard to evaluate if I zoom out, but if I zoom in, it will also, there's nothing to evaluate either, it's just a color. So no matter what I put, it kind of feels about the same, is I think the problem. Doesn't feel like anything at all. Any other colors? Like the, okay, maybe like the line art, we can bump up the line art. Right now it's pretty homogeneous. Wait, what is in here? Oh, sorry. Wait, what? I thought these guys had a folder in. I just remember I had like bubble tea today. I kind of forgot to drink it. I gotta drink it before it's not drinkable anymore. Hold on, I'll be right back. Damn it, I left it for too long. I left it for too long. Now the pearls are like really hard. Shit. Yeah, I gotta see this on my other monitor here. What am I looking at here?
exactly, right? So where did I put it?
is also true. Ah, yes. Good night, George. Have a good night, man. Right. I'm just kind of lost, I think, in general. Yeah, I found, yeah, it's kind of, I don't know how to say this. Now that I'm thinking about it, like, it's always been pretty hard to draw without like a good reference. And I don't mean like stuff like anatomy or like environment or composition. I mean like quality control, right? The rendering style, the type of lines that I should draw. Should it be thick? Should it be thin? What kind of colors do I want to use? What kind of shapes? And all of that has always been tied very closely to just say another artist, right? That's the kind of reference I'm talking about. And it's weird, right? Because those are the parts where you get to have the most freedom as an artist. You get to decide, hey, the color should be in this range so that we can deliver this sort of mood and stuff like that. Right? Do you want big shapes, small shapes? All those things are like, it's supposed to be the fun part of art. But I'm always super duper lost in those things. Because they're not technical, right? They're not like, hey, this is the correct answer. And I'm wondering, it's not really that I'm wondering. I know for a fact that I just don't really feel anything. It always feels so empty inside when I try to do some evaluation with respect to those things, because I don't know what I want. And it's always, another thing, but it's kind of weird. It's I don't know. Like, I'm lost in the sense right now that if I go with what's most natural here, we can't come out with something, we can render something. I think that's what I did for the GG piece, I think, if I remember correctly. I think that one was mostly just kind of whatever goes. But, and it doesn't look bad, it doesn't look bad at all. But I don't know what is it that I'm feeling. There's just a general reluctance to do it. But why is that? Like, it's not like I hate this. I don't hate this. Do I want more than this? Perhaps, but like, this is really not bad. Like, I'm looking at this and I don't know how I did this. So yeah, that's why I'm lost. Like, I'm just kind of a little confused. I wish I could draw a small head. Let's see. I don't even know, like, how do I say this, right? Like, that's not how I feel. I don't feel like it can be better, and I don't know how. It's more of like, how do I say it? You can always want to make something better in a specific direction, right? Well, again, like, right or wrong only exists if you have a point of reference. And whether if it's good or bad, you need to have, I guess, a point of reference. And if the point of reference is like, for example, if this is my style, right? This is just how I want to draw it. Then this is completely fine. It's got good shapes. It's got interesting shapes. It's got interesting colors, right? It's got lighting. It's got reflected light. It's got textures here and there. It's got like terminators, C curves. It's pretty good. So I don't necessarily feel like it could be better, but don't know how. But it's just, I look at it and it doesn't feel like me, is what I think. Maybe that's the issue. I just look at it and it's just another piece of art, you know? It doesn't feel very personal. It doesn't feel like that's what I want to do. Even if I go back to all of the ones I did of my own character, which I don't know if I even have it on this board. It just, okay, actually for those pieces, the interesting thing is, okay, so for those pieces, I actually do feel a little bit of connection. But let me bring it up real quick. Where did I put it? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, these 5. So these 5 here, I can see a little bit of what I like, right? Like that sort of purple, sort of overall, like it's like piss filter, but like not piss, but like whatever this is, right? There's like something on top of that. And man, I'm so confused. Like, how do I draw all these things without like getting so caught up with my nonsense? Yeah, it's just like a general sort of like the gamut, like the colors being chosen. It's just sort of general in a specific direction. Like I'm looking at the hair, I'm looking at all these things. I wouldn't really say that it's bad, right? It's simple, is what it is, right? Compared to something really intricate and really clean, like Ask. This is really simple and a little bit sort of more basic, if you will. But in and of itself, it stands, right? Like it's still fine. So I think it all goes back to that same question that I've been asking Unknown today. It's just, what is it that I want? I don't know. I think the problem is that there is no... Like, I'm treating art as a really, really technical and objective thing right now, because that's what I'm best at. I look at everything math and science, right? Like, it's always objective. What's correct, what's wrong. But art isn't quite like that. It's more of like, what is it that you want to portray? And I don't know what is it that I want to portray, I think. Oh no, I'm not looking at... Actually, yeah. I think I vaguely mentioned this before, but Ria as a character, this anime form of her is one of the more recent thing, right? The character herself has been around for a really long time, yes, but this anime design has only been around for, I don't know, like past 45 years. So relatively speaking, my attachment to this design isn't necessarily that strong. So it's actually not it's not about the character. I'm just looking at the lines. Like for example, over here, I'm looking at all these lines, right? And I can feel myself drawing them because I drew them. And I also like these really long, sort of straight-ish lines. It just feels very natural to do. But at the same time, it's like, so what is my problem here, right? What is my malfunction here? If I'm okay with this, then why am I not just drawing this? So I'm feeling like there's something is lacking. Still. Is that what I'm feeling? I guess so, right? It's hard to tie it down like that. I like the colors too, by the way. So yeah, it's there's something more that I want. It's either I want something more, but I think more likely than not is because I don't know what is it that I actually want. So it's again like going back to right or wrong, right? There's no point of reference here. There is just a state of being. This exists. This exists. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't know. Like, do I want something else? Do I just want this? I don't know. So like that's what I mean by lost. And I really appreciate you having this conversation with me. But then if you're, I think the problem here is that because I'm the one who's super lost, and you're asking, like we're kind of having a conversation to try to sort this out. I think it's kind of hard to necessarily get any, like I'm just kind of lost. I'm not sure what is it that I want to do now. Do I want to go for... But what lines did I use last time actually? I think it's like the scratchy. Oh, I think I know. It's actually, what lines are these? I know it's anti-aliasing Pinda. Oh, these patterns here would suggest that it's probably either a real G-pen. A real G-pen would be a lot noisier than this though, I think. Maybe it's not real G-pen. I don't know what nonsense brush I used. I think I'm stupid. No, I am stupid. It's not that I think. I'm just being stupid. I'm viewing this in too objective of a way. I think I put too much, yeah, okay, probably I put too much emphasis on the technical aspects still. Despite what I say about like, hey, I know that, you know, it depends on what you want, right? If you want to tell story, maybe you don't have to be that technically correct, right? You just need to get the idea across. But I think by my nature, I'm just really stuck on the whole technical aspect of things. And this has been pretty prevalent. Every time Duvet shares like a new artist, I'm only looking at rendering. And as I'm finishing my own pieces, I also only evaluate the rendering. I never think about the storytelling. I never think about whether if, yeah, like anything else other than rendering can be improved upon. Like, cause something like this, sells the idea just fine. Is it? It feels a little bit empty, but then that means what? More shapes, more rendering? You see what I mean by lost? Like, this is like a simpler render, right? And then the GG one is like a more detailed render. Neither of which I feel a connection to. So where am I supposed to go from here? You know? What am I supposed to do from here? This is interesting. Like, there's some technical stuff that I'm definitely really weak at, but then at the end of the day, it always feels, yeah, like look at this Urara one, right? The Urara one is yet another style of rendering. So none of them really stands out to me as something that I want to be able to do super well. You know, like look at all these different things that I've done over this entire year. Like these are also different. They're all kind of really different. Let me line up all the nonsense that I've done this year, right? Oh, actually, this piece, no one has ever seen this one before. I don't think I've ever showed this one before. This was like a year ago, I think. These are all the things we've kind of done over this year. And they're all kind of different, right? We have like really simple stuff to more intricately rendered stuff. We also have black and white stuff. Some of these I do kind of like. I like the lines on this one. What did I do here? There's pure opaque lines, but with line weight, I think. Right. That one's not done though. That one's just here for line art. Yeah, I've got this Rin piece from like a while ago as well when she turned, I guess it was a Vocalize 17 years or something. I'm kind of proud of this stupid ass balloon. When I was drawing it, I feel so lost. I thought it was not gonna look good, but once it's done, actually, if you zoom out, it looks great. Like the circular brushstrokes bother me a lot less than I thought it would. But anyways, like all of these things here, done by the same person. I'm sure you guys can see some similarities, but for me, they're all pretty different, I think. Maybe because I kind of get like the mentality that I have behind the scenes, and I know for a fact that like the way I felt was quite different. So what do I want now? Oh, this was January this year? Oh, cool. I didn't know that. I forgot. Man, this year felt so long. Let me see. So now let's embark on the next one, right? Like, where am I going? Yeah, I think what I should be doing is actually stop being so focused on technical stuff. Like, just forget about the whole, hey, am I rendering this? Does this shape make sense? Does the colors I use make sense? I mean, anatomy and stuff, I think we should still be pretty tight. But for the most part, like stuff like shapes and color, maybe I should just ignore it for a bit and focus on what the art is supposed to be. Because I can tell you right now that I think most of these were drawn without really any emotion involved. I think maybe just these 5 here. I remember these 5 when I was doing them. I was in a different headspace, quite different from what my usual would be. Actually, I don't remember what I felt back then. This was October 2024. So not that long ago. This was November. So this was just before we started streaming. Whereas everything else was just kind of done as a result of, hey, let's practice. So no storytelling, no emotions, no idea of what it's for, rather than just I want to bring it into being. And that's still the same mentality that I have right now. And I think that's probably kind of the issue, because if there's a story to guide it, then the technical aspect of it will fall in line naturally, right? If I've drawn it enough, if I've rendered it enough to tell the story, then I know I'm done. Whereas without that limit being set, then all I'm doing is try to pursue as much as I can, go as high as I can. But that's clearly draining me out. So what should I do now? Coming back here. Actually, yeah, not even maybe not having a story is also kind of okay, as long as I just try to my best to relax and not be like, hey, this rendering sucked balls. Let me redo it again and again and again and again. Because I've been doing this just now, right? Like, I'm trying to figure out this hair issue. So for this one here, we have a lot of hair in the back, and I wanted something really cool like what Ass has. Part of what I realized at that point was that Ass, a lot of the hair, I think, especially the really cool ones that I really like, is in the wind, I think. It's a lot more dynamic. It doesn't really fit the situation. I mean, we are kind of jumping and it is kind of moving, but not in this direction, right? Not like this. And I was also missing some overlaps in here and there and such. But anyways, like, it's very interesting. I think we're all kind of very similar, because what Unknown says, like, I think I relate to it a lot. Like, you want to be able to draw good now, right? But the thing is, so many things come with time, and I think deep down, like inside me, I still feel like I can do much better than this, which is why I keep trying over and over on the same part. But then I'm kind of stuck as a result, and yeah, I'm also losing focus on some of the more important stuff, perhaps. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm kind of just lost. about that sequence there? Okay, I'm actually kind of curious because storytelling to me only makes sense, for example, if it's environment and then you have a character and there's something happening, right? But a lot of these, like for example, like this, the Gigi one, you're just kind of a character being cute. That's it. I'm curious if you guys... Is this meant to have a story too? You could come up with a lot of stories still, right? Like she could be posing for a camera, whatever, right? Like you can do a lot of things. But I don't know if there's any... Is there any value being added with that story versus without? Because in like this other one, the Urara one, right? The story being that she is waving goodbye as she's running back home at end of training for that day. With that in mind, like you can... Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, with that in mind, you can then push the focal point into specific parts. So I suppose if you're being cute and then the focus would be the face and the hands, then maybe I should have made the values around that region a little bit more visible, I suppose. This is actually kind of crazy. Like some of these old things that I've done, I just don't know what ran through my head. Because I'm looking at this now and it makes a lot of sense that I use the really bright colors for the 17. It really stands out across everything. It's the only thing that's kind of blue and purple, right? And the palette that is mostly bright, sort of warm colors. Actually, you know what that was? I don't think I made a conscious effort to choose that color. I think this one was actually done by accident. I probably used some... I remember there was another piece of Rin with a bunch of balloons. I think I might have used the colors from there instead. I'm not sure though. I think there's a good chance it's just taken from somewhere else. Yeah, there's no way I have that skill for colors back then. I don't have it now. Anyways, actually these are pretty decent. I'm looking at the lines and they're not even connected, right, and stuff, but they still, the overall idea still sucks. But actually this is part of the character having really messy hair. It's not always applicable, I think. As another object, yes, yeah. Storytelling, yeah, like these are more storytelling pieces that I've had, right? Yeah, these ones are the more storytelling ones. Because they were only drawn because of a story I had in mind. They weren't drawn. Maybe that's why they felt different. Maybe that's why they felt different? I wonder. But anyways, I think I know where you're going with that, Curio. But yes, interactions, actions, lightings, and angles. Yeah, I see what the issue is. It feels, I can come up with stories, right? You can always come up with stories and then make the piece fit that story. But I guess I just don't find any value in doing that. Because the story will mean nothing to me. It's just a random story that you came up with. Mise en scene. Probably not how you say it. How do you say it? Mise en scène? I don't know. I can't read IPA. But stage design and arrangement of actors and scenes for theater or production, film production, both in the visual arts through storyboarding, visual themes and cinematography, and in narrative storytelling through directions. So it refers to everything in front of the camera, including the set design, lighting, and actors, and the ultimate way it's blah blah blah. Nice Wikipedia. Yes, thank you, Kirio. I'm trying to figure out. So that is definitely a big gap, like a huge gap, like a gaping hole in this entire sort of I want to be an artist saga. But right now we just have I guess a quality control problem, as I would like to put it. It's just I don't know how I should render this. I guess I should just turn off my brain and just do whatever that feels natural, right? Whatever that I've learned so far, that I've managed to internalize, and not just accidentally forgot because I didn't think about it or I didn't use it at that point in time. Whatever that I have right now, I'll take that, and then I'm going to just draw. Whatever comes out, comes out. And just don't be like so, what's the word? Don't evaluate it too early, I suppose. Just go through that process of line art, base color, block-ins, gradients, etc, etc. But then without direction, aren't I just lost as per normal? I guess we have a direction though, right? With the recent practices with AS as the main reference here, the target is to use the idea is to use a really strong spotlight kind of light source. We light up maybe like the top half focal point of the body, have really strong light fall off, try to add more vibrant colors in the light fall off, and also the terminators, right? Some kind of subsurface scattering. Have clean shapes, big shapes, and then that's it. Whatever that we get is what we get. And then just do that for a while, maybe. I think we've gotten to the point where it's not really about the technical skills anymore. This is definitely really like a I need to talk to people kind of situation. Get an idea of like what's going through some of the other artists' head when they're drawing. Especially people who are drawing more like you know, not necessarily like super tight stuff. Super technically impressive stuff. People who are just having fun with art, I think. Yes, I know, Kiri, I know you're gonna say that I told you so, but like slightly different direction, I think. In this case, probably not so much trying to learn technicals anymore. Just more motivations. Oh shit, I just realized there's like a lot of oval brushes here. Oh, I didn't see that before. Okay, what do I do now? I guess we can line. I will still draw this one real quick. Oh, it's not gonna be that quick, but alright, man. See you later. Dinner. Whatever that makes the most sense, right now is, sorry, not makes the most sense, but just most natural. Because makes the most sense implies thinking, and I think that's the problem here. So what, 0 evaluation? Because the moment I start drawing lines, I'm gonna start reading, I'm gonna start thinking about what if it's like a good line or a bad line. Only way to do that would be to just turn it off entirely. Pretty faded. Okay. So what, brain dead rendering? Well, please. Actually, what did the previous one look like? The lines do disappear. Messy lines. Not to what we have now. I'm probably just asking for too much. I think some of this will have to take time, right? Like, it's going to take time for all the stuff that I do like to filter out. Just like it took that long for the sketches to finally take a little bit more shape, and for myself to actually finally be a little bit more satisfied with what I can draw. Sketches would have been, if not the past 5 years, at least the entirety of this year, right? As we've been drawing over and over and over. So, patience, young Padawan moment. Oh, actually. Alright, the clouds. Oh. Oh, cool. So just go for the best that I can do. Do I want this brush actually? You know what, why not? Give it a try. It's a very crispy brush. It's got both brush texture as well as anti-aliasing turned off. It gets really, really crispy. On the edges. Oh my god. It's like pixel art, basically. What brush tip is this? Oh, it's the default. Okay. Oh shit. Oops. Did I draw anything here? I guess I could do whatever. Right, I gotta remember the only objective in this sketch is to not give a shit. That is the whole point. Stop giving so much crap, dude. In this economy, you gotta save your crap. Give less. Oh, I do need the photo. What's the photo? kind of scary. Holy shit. It looks so scary. So I don't like drawing nails. I feel I screw it up too much. So I draw less and less practice and I screw up more. Nice. He just looks too short or something. What is this is too wide, I think. Oh, so you got the net. Ah, I see, I see. I misunderstood. Is this too thick now that I think about it? Oh, wait, sorry, I'm not supposed to think. I never thought that, you know, I always knew that as time goes on for Friday nights, I'm gonna get more and more brain dead, but I just never thought that I'm actively trying to be, and just not think. It's kind of funny how that went. Bop? Ah. Alright, circles are gonna be a problem. I'll deal with that later. good stuff.
領域展開。二度はない。分をわきまえろ。試れ者が。
shit. We are lagging right now. Alright, much better. Oh, thank you, Curio, but probably some other time, I think. Yes, thank you very much, though. I'll sort out storytelling, I think, some other time. I don't know what the order of operations is, but I still feel like I want to get the rendering done. A little bit more stabilized. It feels like without storytelling, though, it's also kind of hard. But the thing about storytelling is that there's only one story I want to tell. So when I'm inspired, I guess I would just do that naturally. I think, kind of like the stuff from before. I think the biggest enemy of blockage that I have is probably just my work schedule. It doesn't really leave a lot of room for just relaxing and dreaming up a story per se. It's probably a more systemic problem than just not being able to come up with good ideas. Oh right, these guys are slightly different size. I forgot, because of perspective. Also, I'm basically doing pixel art at this point. Kinda insane. And these are really cozy. They don't trigger the copyright thing too, but I'm guessing it's gonna trigger after when we go into VODs. But yeah, I wouldn't have discovered these guys if I had stayed on Chrome, I think. Misclick. How do I draw noodles? Can I not draw noodles? You're just eating air? Actually, the funny thing is, there's a person sitting beside me right now in game who specializes in drawing food. They seem like the AFK. Uh-oh, shit. That was a misclick. Oh, never mind. I don't think they draw food. Do they? What do they do? I'm not sure what they do. They might be like a food blogger or something because they are. Because right now is the time for Comiket, like applications as well as the results. And it says that he got in. He's saying that he got in, so I'm like, I remember there's a few people who does draw food quite a bit. What are they doing actually? Let me take a quick look in game here. Oh, they write. I think they're writing. Wait, they're writing about food. What does this say? Wow. I see. They're like more like a food blogger, I think. They're releasing probably like a magazine kind of thing. Interesting. It's probably his best to use a circle guy here. What a night. Sorry, is she even sitting on a chair? Wait, how is her butt just hanging off like that? Because the circle's here. Crazy. Did I miss? Maybe a little bit smaller still, even? Oh, oops. Okay. It's morbing time. What color do I use though? Should I just take the ask one again? A final thing is gonna be white and green. Man, white and green? Green is absolutely my least used color. What do you even go with green? If it's Miku, at least I can pull it towards blue. But in this case, I think we need to stay true to the original colors. What should I do? Where do I even go here? Anime art green. Yeah, green can go towards yellow, make it warm, make it a little bit more mellow. Oh yeah, actually that's interesting because the sequence run that way, right? But the thing is, there will be... Yeah, we'll see actually. That's viable. But it's not related. Yeah, the white background will actually clash, I think. Sorry, what was the other... No, the ones we did before. How badly did it clash? Not as bad as I thought, but it's still pretty bad. Right, I can pull everything together. Oh yeah, we could do a balance like this. So if we, for the final one, because green and white, right? The background's gonna be white too. So that means the only color really exists is green. And it's kind of like this ass piece here, where the hair color is really pushed out. Wait, let me see. I think for us, the green is only, yeah. I mean, it will still work. We just make the green really saturated. That should be fine too. What with red?とりあえず一旦入れようか。Oh, how good is the lines actually for this? Pretty okay. Oh, I forgot to draw that side of the glasses. Whoops. Ah, そこないね。How's it? Oh, I didn't close some of the lines, I see. What? What? Push it. Stay inside. Tolerance is 0 as well. Yeah, I never finished this part properly. Oops. Ah, 一旦ほっといて。Wait, this part is a bit too empty again. Yeah, I want a little bit more for sure. 後にしよう。And this was basically my Japanese practice. All the One Piece songs. check, check, check. Go. Oh, there's no curvature to this. Maybe there should have been a little bit more. This angle, it shouldn't be straight here because the face, the forehead isn't straight, isn't flat. Yeah. Come on. Maika. Yes, yeah. Maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. What do you know? Okay. Base is checked. Base will be here. Yes, sir. Nani kore? Oh my god, what's this shit? Junk. Very nice. I mean, it would be the 뭐다로. 그래야지. H C K. Oh, there's a lot of C's here. Delete it. Yeah, this ones I can delete. Stop. Okay. I just use red hair. This one is white light, right? I have to decide on the hair color of these, right? That's good. Alright. My photo. Shit. Where'd it go? What? Am I blind? Where's my photo? What? Where did I put it? Oh, it's blocked up. Okay. I thought I was crazy. I couldn't find it. We're changing lighting direction, yes. We're changing lighting situation. Color or keep white. Go bounce. Okay. Oh, what color is that? But we do need something saturated. fast. Yeah, I'll do that later. Oh, hello, Uni. Or isn't it kind of late for you, Uni? I'm not really in the position to say anything about the... Ah, of course. Well, welcome. We're just thinking about maybe hopping off. Uh... see. What is this color? Saturated. Oh man, she's wearing yellow stuff. Everything's yellow. Yeah, that was Ida in for that, but we don't have to use it. Yeah, no reason. It's just a standby color, so I don't really know what I want. For the most part, I think like I'm less thinking about like the specific colors of each part and more of just like if this were to be blue, for example, right? Like if we have like really clashy colors on the board, how can I bring it together? Oh my god. Because I feel like if I know what I was doing, like, I mean, which I do not, but like, you know, it'd be good practice to just try like really weird color combinations and see how it might be able to be a little bit more harmonized. What am I saying? Anyways, how to make it more harmonized. But anyways, let's listen. But I'm also kind of tired. It's like all really colors that I don't really work with, I feel like. Although I guess I haven't really worked with that many colors in the first place. Wow, yeah, it disappears. I'm thinking of just white light. So we let the base colors come through, but I guess they should be a little bit less saturated. I'm looking at the one that asked it with this red hair. And I guess the idea is that the hair being the only thing that's really colorful, like really vibrant in this one, is being emphasized with like more reds than might otherwise be, I suppose. But I guess we have both blue and yellow here. And they're complements, kind of. So it's gonna clash, right? Do I prioritize one over the other then? I guess that would be the call then, right? Where's my clothing? What? Oh. Oh, am I lagging again? I think I am lagging again. Oh, good. Oh yeah, I'm very lagging right now. Very, very lagging right now. Am I back? Am I still lagging? I'm still lagging, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, maybe I'll just hop off here. I don't know what's causing the lags anymore. Like, my Firefox has like 6 tabs. That's it. And then it's just OBS and it's VRChat. And VRChat has been proven to be fine before. But then it's the only new thing that we've introduced. So it's gotta be that then. Yeah, VRChat is only using 2 gigs of mem. Firefox is using 20... What? 2.6 gigs? How does Firefox have 24 processes when I only have 6 tabs open, dude? That's insane. What is it doing in the back? Oh my god, dude. It's not even loading for me. Yeah, it's not moving. Things are not moving for me. Okay, there's just a stupid amount of lag right now. I cannot do anything. I don't even know if my stuff is getting through or not. I'm trying to get this canvas to save at least. Why does it eat up so much memory? I suspect that it's actually the YouTube Studio page, so I'm actually gonna restart this. So I'm not gonna be able to reach out for a bit. Okay, yeah, it's completely frozen. Okay, no more music. Firefox, I just nuked Firefox. So right now actually I can't see shit. It's still not getting better though. So it's probably then VR chat, but it doesn't make any sense, man. Like there's nothing left. I have what was it, like 32 gigs of RAM? I can't even open Task Manager. That's insane, dude. Yeah, GPU is 100%. It's GPU that's causing the lag. So computer itself is probably responding. Maybe the graphics is just not being drawn. OBS is using up 70-80% of the GPU right now. Presumably for encoding, but why does it spike like that? Okay, now it's gone back down again. Something is not right with OBS, man. But I think I probably hop up here. I'm pretty tired. I don't know where to go from this, from here. It's lagging behind. Oh yeah, okay. OBS is the cause, it seems like. So somehow it's like fixed time, like not fixed timings. And under certain conditions, the encoding itself uses up too much memory. And sorry, not too much memory. It uses up like 100% of the GPU. And because GPU is also what's driving the monitor right now, it will appear like as everything's frozen. But then it would also appear like that behind the scenes, everything is still working. It's just that I can't see it moving. Yeah, and I lost my my YouTube link. I have to go find it. But like I'll probably try to work on this behind the scenes. Yeah, as usual. See if I can get something done over the weekends. Yeah, the idea now is to just I think I'll just do whatever lines and whatever, yeah, whatever lines, I think, for the most part, because we can always just color the lines and tone it down. And then the colors wise is a big problem at this point, but I'm gonna keep it just light shape and shadow shape as mentioned before. And then I want to try and use this sort of ass lighting where it's a really strong light source, but with very dramatic color fall off. Where is that dancing one again? So the plan is that because of the color fall off, we have a little bit more colors on the light shapes. And in the shadow shapes, it would be the subsurface scattering or whatever that we put for the Terminator for whatever reason. I don't know if we need a reason anymore. Just put colors, and then we'll see where we go from there. Yeah. Yeah, my brain's not really running anymore. I think I'm just gonna hop off here. I'll see you guys on Monday, most likely. I'm not 100% sure if I will be doing any streams on the weekends. So I'll just see you guys on Monday. Thank you guys for coming. Let's see you guys on I'll see you guys soon. Have a good night, guys. Yes, thank you, Uni.